Hello. I forgot to turn on one of the important programs again, which means that Calico did not get pet. There we go. Calico has now been pet. Hello and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Hopefully I feel well enough to stream today. I mean, I started streaming, so that's a good start. Starting something is a good way to start it. And I'm also just tired of not being able to do things due to feeling unwell, so I'm trying anyway, question mark? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. There's a lot of sucro on the screen right now. Still. I left all of that there, apparently. Anyway. Thank you for believing in me. It's sucro. I have yet to actually play any specific music prior to the stream because the Baldessian Arsenal, or Baldessian Annex theme, Arsenal is a different thing. The Baldessian Annex theme just seems correct. And I also can't think of anything because I don't know much about what's going to happen. I know that we're probably going to go to a dungeon today. So yeah. Hello and welcome to Endwalker. Oh. I think I forgot that Iron Will, i.e. Tank Stance, persists between logins, because I still have it activated. So last time we investigated what was up with Charlian. Why are they being so secretive and refusing to help? And we got a few clues, and we got some of us, Alphino and Alize, got some new outfits. Alphino is a sage now, also. But we learned a little bit about what's going on with various things. We learned a little bit about how Heidelin is doing. We got a flower that reacts to our emotions, apparently. That seems like it's gonna be important. We learned about the Charlian government and some specific members of the Charlian Council. Or whatever it's called. I think it's the Council. I wanted to say Congress for a second, but that's incorrect. We know that they have some sort of very important goal that might have something to do with the Ethereal Sea. Something they've discovered and aren't willing to share. And they've decided that we are not allowed to do anything within Charlian, but we're not actually kicked out of the city yet. And so we are going to resume our investigation of the towers, I believe. I think I talked to everyone. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. The Forum, that's what they are. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the Ethereal Sea. Yeah, I did read these. So let's just continue then. In the dark of the tower. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Nod. Quest accepted. Talking. Sometimes talking can feel like a quest. And so they shared their findings from their respective locales.
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Oh, it's Vitra, not Vritra. The R is silent. Got it.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
Hey Matoya, do you know anything weird about the ethereal sea that
I
maybe
wonder, even
Charlie
with the
and...
protection
That's a
these
good
talismans
idea.
afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
Alize hasn't spoken yet, but she would say that. I didn't even think about asking Matoya about the ethereal sea, but that's a great idea, actually.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
I think that was Kryl that said that. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, I didn't cover the chat again. Boop. I can check. No worries. Yeah. Kryl said, in my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority, and then Y'shtola agreed. Anyway, we're wondering what we're going to do in the tower, and, well, I think the first step is to go to the tower to examine the tower and learn about the tower. Right? So it makes sense to go there even if we don't have a plan per
What does
se.
it tell us that the spires even have such defenses?
Probably that they don't want them to be destroyed. That they have something that needs defending.
Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary.
That's a good point.
Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
Interesting.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
Destroy the core, got it.
Destroy the
Just
core,
like-
and the tower
Just like shoot 'em up
ceases to
video
be,
game.
thus liberating the captives without harm.
I don't remember which one that is.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Gradius? Right, that makes sense. Just like
Assuming
Gradius.
Y'shtola's reasoning is
Then.
correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none.
Fortunately, we are all cool and powerful
Any
fighters.
primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Y'shtola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Okay, they're already inconsistent with pronunciation of Arcosodra. Because Graha did say the second A, whereas it's been pronounced Arcosodra before. There was very little emphasis on that A, so I guess either way is probably fine. Are you sure Alphino is in the right group? Or what of Alize? She knows a healing spell or two. That's true, you didn't recommend either of these two. Alphino is a healer. Alize likes to fight things.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
That's fair.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat Khan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
This is interesting. It seems to be setting up a much more fixed party than usual. for these sorts
Military
of story
post in what's
dungeons.
left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
Because, like, in all the Shadowbringers ones, you had choices of who to pick most of the time. Well, not all of the time. Early on you didn't, because there weren't that many people around, but still. Here we have everyone around, but the story is deciding who goes where more than usual, which is fair.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
What about the teleport sickness? That seems like a good excuse. Anyway, determined mode. Here we go. Justinian still hasn't cleaned his spear. Do you think that he ever will? I don't think that he will. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Hello and welcome, by the way. Hello and welcome to everyone, by the way. Right, I don't have flight. Thank you for petting Calico. Right, when you don't have flight, you can't drive a motorcycle in the water. And I have to do these eventually. These side quests here. But I want to do the dungeon for right now. Once I figure out how to leave here without access to the Z-axis. Z-axis, if you will. I forgot about not being able to fly being a thing that happened in this game. Because I have been flying around so much. Video game making me, like, respect their map design. Inconceivable, truly. Sucro has to respect roads today. Where she is going, she does in fact need the roads to be there. For now. The main advantage of not being able to fly, besides being able to, or being required to appreciate the map more, is that you can do a funny spin jump easier without having to change your settings. Ah, our friend from Eorzea, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Boat. Boat which has manifested into existence. For once, Sucro is the first one to arrive somewhere. That's actually a pretty rare event, all things considered. Usually the player character arrives late. If this is the future of aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. Thancred shrugs. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. Nod. Gasp. Hello. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... we should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Nod. Very well, then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. Nod. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day, or I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know, or in that case, they're all yours from now on. I kind of want to say the third one, because it's kind of funny. Just goodbye emote. Ah, but I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. I love how you just, like, wave goodbye, smiling when you say that line. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Thanks for stopping by, and you don't bother anyone. You're always welcome here. And thank you for petting Calico. Sucro and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Nod. Various determined emotes. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. I think I'm off with every voice today, but that's fine. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. Nod. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Nod. Okay, but first I have to talk to everybody. The Tower of Zot, now accessible. So yeah, we have a very limited party, actually, in terms of who we can select. The Radiant Host and I will be watching from the outpost, ready to act at the first sign of unusual activity. May the scales serve you well and protect you in lieu of Vitra's fangs and claws. Though our parties are separate, I will trust in you, as I know you will trust in me. Let us both give it our all and add another rousing chapter to the saga. This is the closest I've ever been to one of the towers, such a sinister aura it exudes. It's been a while since I last took to the field, and I can't help but feel nervous. But with everyone at my side, I'm sure all will be well. Lest you worry, I've not forgotten my healing spells. Be it restoration or destruction, this sorceress can command whatever magics the situation requires. Aside from primals, within the tower we shall for a certainty encounter enthralled Imperial soldiers. Defenders conveyed hither by means unknown who will stop at nothing to hinder our efforts. First this armor blessed with Ratatoskar's power, now Vitra's scale. Much has changed for dragons to show me such favor. And with Nidhogg with me, in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. With Y'shtola keeping them company, the other party will be able to hold their own against the enemy if needs be. So we can tackle our own task without worrying over them. Come, let us be about it. You should give Graha credit there too, because Graha has every job at level 90, somehow. Probably. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I am a healer through and through. Yet in knowing who once wore this sage's mantle, I wonder, When all is said and done, will I look back on the battles I chose to fight with pride? My warding scale is safely tucked away. I'm ready when you are, Sucro. I may not be the Azure Dragoon, former or otherwise, but I guarantee that I'll give as good as I get. And so, we have allegedly, we have a party selection menu. It's everyone but Thancred. Sorry, Thancred. Sorry, not sorry, Thancred. Hey, I know that music.
This is not Thancred.
It's true. I know that music, pointing at the screen. I know that enemy sprite, but which is now a model. I actually forgot that the Tower of Zot actually had the Tower of Zot theme. Content warning, buildings made of meat that look gross, yeah. Such is unavoidable in the Tower of Zot, I guess. A foul place, this. Let us proceed with caution. Interesting that everybody is actually here to some extent. So the party is not as... They seek to bar our path. The only way is through. There is more of the party than you might expect here, actually. Except for Thancred. This is not Thancred, still. Thancred isn't here because he is not an active member of the current team. Because Sucro is the tank. Zot Armored Fiend. I don't remember what this enemy was called in 4. Oh gods, poor Nidana. We'll free you from this place, I promise. Wow, we just walked right past the lady that we saw imprisoned here, huh?
You cannot stop us!
You know, if you think about it, Alphino changing job to Sage is kind of funny because, like, while Sage doesn't start at level 81, it does start at a pretty high level, so it almost makes sense for it to be viable for him to just change job like that. But yeah, she's like right there, I guess. And there's some other Arcosodra visible nearby as well. I sense a great surge of ether, as if a summoning hath begun. Hey, it's the 3 sisters. Look, those beastly masks. It's the Manusia come to life. This is where our ways do part. We shall survey the halls below. We will focus on sustaining the Arcosodra. The rest of you must keep going, onwards and upwards. Alright, now the party has split. I think they revealed the music of this place before release as well. And that made me excited because I was excited to hear Final Fantasy IV music remixed. And there will be more of that. That much I do know. Yeah, and this is also quite the one to start with, that's true. I know some things that will be in the future, but not too much. I did that a little bit too early. That's fine. I didn't expect the Tower of Zot to be so fast to get to today, but I guess it makes sense because there was already a lot of build-up to it. Hello. Mindaruva. Oh, are we going to fight you individually before we fight you all at once? Ingenuity's Ingress. Be gone from our tower! Be gone or become prey for the Magus! Also, welcome to the Endwalker dungeon boss theme. Or, like, mini-boss theme, I guess. They are, behold our ingenious magics! Wait, what does that mean? I don't know what that marker means. Oh, okay, it's a marker for when something gets there, it will explode, I guess. Also, they are not, like, messing around with the AoEs everywhere already. Dance! Dance until death claims you! Hello and welcome. I might have gotten hit by that. Yep. Tower of Zot happened pretty quick, it turns out.
You cannot stop us!
And Alphino is the only option for healer. Which I don't mind, but I think it's kind of funny with how often you mention Alphino's not good at healing. Hey, to be fair, it was entirely possible I would realize I wasn't in a state to stream today in like 2 seconds. So we could have not gotten to here, I guess. I think I actually avoided that because the damage indicator was physical. So that was an auto attack that hit me. That's a... This might be one where you need to tank closer to the center of the arena in order to not have to run so long a distance. So you have chosen defiance. You fought well, Alize. I was in good company. Aw. Everyone is friends. I have to have a different chat tab open to see the party banter a little bit. Ethereal manipulation as a name for a location? But that's like a verb or an action. Ah, here's the meat. Here's the meat waltz. It looks like it looks more like weird alive stone at the moment. Hey, Tempered Imperials? You're not looking like regular Imperial soldiers at this point. You seem to be a little bit different. I can't get too much of a good look at you, but you're a lot more wiggly than you were. Are these like the lunar horns? They look wigglier than that. They're purple, which is the established color of lunar so far. Oh yeah, I guess they are like horns. It's a little bit difficult to say. Oh. Is that a gel from Monster Rancher? No, not quite. Oh, definitely not quite. Okay. Now this is an unnerving creature of sorts. We have not seen this monster model before, to my knowledge. They're labeled Zot Umbril like they exist elsewhere, but I don't think I have seen this.
You underestimate me.
Zot Hypertuned. Zot Deathclaw. This is just... This model was used as a boss before. So we're doing the proper Final Fantasy thing of reusing a boss model as an enemy.
This will hurt.
This was one of the numbered experiments in the dungeon that was like, hey, FF6 is pretty cool. One of them. I forget which number. Oh yeah, this was like the end boss of that dungeon. Also, now that I think about it, that boss is one where you like fight the arms separately, and this enemy that uses that boss model has two claws in the same encounter, which is kind of funny. Do you think they did that on purpose? The claws representing the arms, like as a little tiny joke? I hope so. Oh, really? I mean, I am noticing more damage than I might expect, sort of, from, like, the single pulls that I'm doing. I don't have the best memory to remember how much damage single pulls were doing elsewhere. Oh yeah, you're right. Sheltron is Holy Sheltron. I've had Holy Sheltron for long enough that I forgot which specific level it happened at. I don't think it's at full power yet, though. I think it has another passive upgrade, maybe? I could be misremembering. No, Holy Sheltron does have the healing part. Okay, that's just Holy Sheltron gains a healing part when it becomes Holy Sheltron. Though there might be an upgrade that improves it further in some way. Maybe. Hello, and welcome. And yeah, we're in Zot at the moment. I need to double check my actions and traits menu. Oh, it's Divine Veil that gets upgraded late and gains a healing effect. That might be what I'm misremembering, as there's another Sheltron upgrade. Oh yeah, Intervention gets upgraded too. I forgot because I often forget to use Intervention. But yeah, Holy Sheltron now and Intervention, both spenders for this gauge, both now have additional damage reduction and a small regen, which I think is pretty neat. Sandaruva. So it's to be lance against lance, is it? Says Istinian. The tower must be protected. We will not let it fall. Alize just doing Alize things. Instantly. Hey, that's just the Dragoon AoE. You will not steal away our prosperity. Sandaruva was just doing the funny Dragoon line AoE.
You're mine!
Stop, huh? What did you stop? Oh, you stopped Alphino. Oh, you stopped me. So there's unavoidable AoEs because you use stop that periodically, that like cycles through who it's affecting? We hear it, we heed it, the call to defend the tower. Illusory magics? What? I don't quite follow what happened, but it worked out. Also, Sucro still looked like Sucro. I guess they let your character remain your character. It's very funny to me that I've been using my invincibility cooldown as just like a tank buster mitigator. Oh no, my rotation is slightly off. That's fine. Sucro is like winding up to do a big swing here. Oh, yep. Oh, it just sort of happened. I saw one of them seem to be glowing a little bit. Oh, they're all doing a funny dance, or funny emotes, I see. So the glowing one a bit was just using a specific emote and not actually correct. I forget what that emote is called, but you get it for the Kojin quest. If I alone cannot expel you! Someone needed more training with the spear. Istinian, don't taunt the primal. Maybe taunt the primal. I don't know. Don't taunt the primal because taunting is a tank mechanic. The corruption, it feels stronger here. Aye, the talisman trembles to resist it. Don't taunt the primal because I need to maintain aggro. Yeah, I can tell that the regular enemies in this dungeon are more dangerous than before. It seems pretty apparent, in fact.
You cannot stop us!
Like, this one enemy just took out almost half of my health when I wasn't mitigating any damage. Like 45%. Okay, how have you tempered a gunship? I guess because they're piloted, probably. It makes sense, but it's funny to imagine that these are unmanned gunships that got tempered anyway. That's also a fair point. I like how the gunships have funny little claws that they swipe at you with. Like, the claw swipe there looks like a cat batting at, like, a bug. A little bit. Like, eh. T-Rex arms also an apt. Okay, the Colossi I don't think are piloted. But I guess the tempered Imperials would have control over their War Machina anyway. So, you know. It does make sense for the various Imperial machines to be around. Yeah, that's true. The Zot rotors here are funny because they're reminiscent of, like, the patrolling monsters in a deep dungeon. Slightly, just by where they are placed. They're, like, not really, because if you do single pulls only, they don't, like, catch up to you. But they will be added to a multi-pull, I would imagine. Zot armored fiend. Kinda, yeah. Zot armored weapon. Ramblin' armored weapon.
New Age Retro Tempered Imperial Mahitech Trooper.
Mahitech?
You cannot stop us!
That's an interesting way for the text-to-speech of Calico to have read that.
You underestimate me.
Oops, I accidentally hard cast Magic Circle. Or Holy Circle. Oh, right. 2 bosses and then a final boss, probably. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Right, we don't get to get a preview of what you do in a fight at all. Harbingers elect the Magus Sisters. Yeah, I was getting a little bit turned around in this already. Also, I guess I should be using food, probably. It's not like vitally important. But the current best tank food, apparently, according to internet, is baked eggplant. Would have been quicker to fight all 3 at once, says Justidian. Please don't tempt fate like that, says Alize. I happen to know that that's going to happen. I mean, it was labeled, the boss fight was labeled the Magus Sisters. You persist in your desecration? Drop my rotation. Never. Then face the full wrath of the Magus. Okay, they're all automatically aggro to me. Thunderous Tempest, smite our foe. I don't know why I used my AoE.
You underestimate me!
As I recall, I believe Cindy in 4 is the one to... Wait, no. I think Mindy is the one with life. With auto life. Or is it Cindy? I forget. But yeah, this fight seems very cool and hectic and a good introduction to Endwalker and a good, like, adaptation of the concept behind the fight in 4. I'm going to assume focusing Cinderuva down first makes sense because she is the first one to exist on the field, which feels like you just did a heal, so yeah, okay. You just used a size. I recognize that animation. It seems reasonable. If it seems like I'm doing better, remember that I do have tank defense and also, like, overpowered gear. Oh dear. Overpowered for the location that I am in, though it does get synced down. Oh, have I not been getting hit at all? Well, that's neat, I guess. I didn't even realize.
You underestimate me.
Yeah, that's definitely the Asai's animation, though I don't know. It doesn't look like it's healing Sandaruva or Mindaruva. Alright. Cinderuva is defeated for now. But I don't remember which one of them had, like, rays in 4. It might have been Mindy. It might have been Cindy. The party seems to want to... Oh, you have a lot less health. You just abruptly got, like, a bunch of your health deleted. Huh. Okay, yeah, Cinderuva had the most HP of the three by a lot. In this fight. We did it! That was a cool fight. Thancred is here too! Yay! This is Thancred. Well, that's Thancred. No belief is sacred to these Telophoroi, said Alize. I didn't catch what Alphino said, because he said it at the same time. From what I can tell, the summonings appear to be over. Hello and welcome. They were nimble fighters, I'll give them that. That seems to have been the limit of the tower's defenses. I have to assume that Thancred is just like backup, and there are some enemies that are approaching from behind that Thancred is dealing with that we don't see. Probably. I'm noticing something interesting about the floor of this arena. Please hold while I retrieve an image. WebP, no! Gosh dang it to heck. WebP is still the worst file type. So I'm noticing something about, hey, good job completing Adventure, Blethwizard and Company. I'm noticing something about Challenge 2. Where did I save the file I just saved? Oh, it's probably in the wrong folder. I'm noticing something about the floor here. And I would like to draw your attention to the sprite of Zeromus, the final boss of Final Fantasy IV. Please note, there seem to be similarities in like some sorts of colors and patterns being represented here. It's not direct, but there's like the notable like blue jewels. There's like the reds, the metallic sort of colors. The orange circles are even there. Yeah, it resembles Zeromus to some degree. That's interesting. I'm surprised Blethwizard hasn't done that already. Anyway. Dot dot dot. Oh, the music indicates that things are not well at this time.
Is everyone all right?
More or less.
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I've never heard that way of pronouncing that word before. I've always thought it was quagmire. But I guess quagmire is probably a valid and most likely more British English sort of pronunciation than Quagmire is. If I had to guess.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it.
Oh.
Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
I mean, I don't know that many British people, and I haven't heard that many people say that word. So I feel like the sample size of my personal experience regarding this is limited. But
This
yeah.
is the core we seek.
That's fair. But do people say Quagmire a lot?
Yet something is
They
off.
do?
As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it.
I can't imagine it being a word spoken too frequently in many circumstances, unless you actually like live in an area that could be described in that way. Or if it were like actually the name of an area or some sort of other objects. I don't know.
'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
I could count the number of times I've heard anyone use the word Quagmire this year on a single hand, not counting the number of times I've said it in discussing this way of pronouncing the word. Like, the number of times hearing it prior to today is probably like 5 or less for me. You should probably be a little careful about this. It looks like you're not being careful. It looks like the camera is indicating that you're... Oh.
There is something there embedded inside the core.
Actually, that seems bad. What does that mean? What?
A man's limb.
Oh. What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Y'shtola has not looked that surprised or concerned or worried about stuff very often. I feel like it's happened like one other time, but
Yes,
maybe not.
if you would be so kind.
So Estinian is the one who's equipped to destroy these things. I guess that makes sense. And the smoke clears and it's not gone. Okay, it's mostly gone.
And that should be the end of it.
Nope. Oh, I like how the Endwalker battle theme is playing here.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Ariaji, I don't think you shared this theory with the
Bully for
class.
you. And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
Nobody has said bully for you in this game before either.
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
We thought it through, but we didn't think it through all the way. Okay, it's kind of funny to just see like everybody on the ground here. Graha is always useful. Looks like we win, though.
What happened? Where are we?
Well, the bad news is I've accidentally teleported everyone to another world again. The good news is we're all safe. Just kidding, that didn't happen. But what if it had, though? Also, where's Graha, actually? Oh, he's over there.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
Given that the tower was primarily a magical construct, I suppose it makes sense that it would vanish with no evidence.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Gasp. He's just taking a nap, it's fine.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Graha is almost kind of in some sort of mimetic death pose right now. Sort of. But not really. That's a lot of everyone.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
I believe it is known colloquially as the Family Guy death pose, which incidentally is the only other reason I can think of why people would say the word quagmire frequently, because I do recall that that was a character on said show. One of the worst characters, in my opinion. Having watched that for some reason in the past, but not at all recently. Anyway.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
I hope Graha doesn't decide to do this for every tower. Knowing this now, we could probably have, like...
What to do with our new friends here.
Okay, actually, we only have a solution for getting us out of the tower. We wouldn't have a solution for evacuating everyone imprisoned in the tower. I was going to suggest that we could have Sid on standby for an aerial escape. However, that would be impractical with the number of people that needed to escape.
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
That's a good point.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Alize, there's a little bit more to this than the tempering. It's also probably just a traumatic experience.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
That too.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Though I guess, like, historically, tempering has sort of blanked people's memories, so they might not, like, remember too much of it, so the traumatic experience portion of it might be repressed, which isn't good, but it's better than it... It's arguably better than them remembering everything? I don't know. I doubt that those memories are just gone. They're probably all just super repressed.
Hail, Scions!
Hey, what's up?
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
Tower exploded. Graha used teleport level, like 14 or whatever. What's the highest level magic gets to in Final Fantasy II? Graha used, like, warp that, basically. Or float, as it were.
And thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
And, like, yeah, this was a win, but it doesn't fix everything.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Yeah. Gasp. Yeah, how's Nidana? She who we specifically failed to save before. Ugh, carrying all these Matanga may have been the true struggle. You have anything to say? Ah, you are returned. As suddenly as the tower disappeared, we were gravely concerned for you and yours. I am glad to see that all is well. On behalf of the people at Razatan, I give you my heartfelt thanks. I believe I've since been informed that this guy's face catches the light in a weird way, to the point where his face has become a frequently cited example of why the graphics update is needed. I think there's probably a great deal of difference in the sort of strength required for lifting versus wielding a spear, I think. I'm no expert. Also, like, his face looks mostly normal from here. You know, I do have a way to attempt to demonstrate this. Using my powers, I can create light. I mean, that still looks mostly normal, honestly. Seems fine. Doesn't seem particularly strange. I mean, maybe from some angles, but that's just how light works with angles. Sucro just staring blankly at nothing while brightly lit is kind of weird. Oh, were the horns notably like... Yeah, I guess the textures on the horns aren't very... The tower is gone, and we owe it to you and the alchemists. I didn't realize how tense I'd been until Naraner returned to normal. I felt drowsy for the relief. Who's Naraner again? I don't think we know that name. I understand you and yours dealt with the tower. You've rid us of a great menace, and I don't know how to thank you. But as grateful as I am, I regret that we couldn't take care of it ourselves. This is our home, after all, and it falls to us to defend it. We must endeavor to do better. Well, that seems like a reasonable note to be right back on. Which means, I guess, that it might be time for a funny minigame. Because I have that power now. Who's ready for gambling?
to the stars. Blame yourself or God. With my corrupt congressman. With a demi hat.
Destroy!
Hello. It seems as though there was one winner and many people who did not win, is what I'm gathering from what I am reading. Also, Calico got pet and there was collective destruction. I'm glad people enjoy all of the funny buttons featured on this channel. I'm glad that you enjoy all of the redeems and the new funny minigame. I am here again. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzatan for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us come to Megaduta at our earliest convenience. They should have a Final Fantasy XIV idle game. There should be a Sucro idle game, where Sucro just sits there and there's actually no game. She's just sitting there. The others will join us once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. When we delivered Graha to the alchemist, they were not a little excited. Perhaps it was Nadana's rescue that brought them joy, but given their fascination with Estinian, I'm not quite sure. These are all perfect ideas. If you click on Sucro while she's trying to read too many times, she starts using mitigations to make herself unclickable. So, for those of you who know Endwalker, when do you think would be a reasonable time to go and do the Ether Current quests that are about? Because I think I want to show those, at least like the beginning of the quest chains if they start chains. But I also have to like go out of my way to stop doing the main story and then go grab those whenever. I'm guessing we're about to enter Radzat-Han for real. It seems like it would make sense to do them when doing all of them would enable flight. So it'll be a little like, it'll be a while probably. Yeah. These are, well, they're using the same model as the Dalmals, so they're kind of like camel giraffes. I don't know what they are called here. I think Thabnarian Jamel. So they're like giraffes and camels, kind of. It might be weird to do all of Thavnar's currents at once. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Interesting. I will take these suggestions about the ether currents and consider them. However, we're in Radzat-Han now, which seems more important. Though I have been to Radzat-Han before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Justinian is now accompanying you. More like a grump and a ying. Because he's grumpy. First, we should seek out the sentry in front of the fountain. Name of the fountain? No idea. Do fountains normally have names? There is a name on the map near the fountain, but I don't know if it's the name of the fountain. Ah, Mistress Sucro, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzat-Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruvida Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. Which scion your warrior of light gets along with least well, huh? In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Up is Estinian's favorite direction. I think that it was this way. Probably. I'm not sure which scion Sucro would get along with the least. I could go this way, but there is a dialogue over here. Okay, Estinian just like teleports to the level. Oh, Estinian has something to say about the treasure dungeon door. Sumptuous? Ah, yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radzatan's wealthiest families. They took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Questioning head tilt, arms folded? Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Oh yeah, I guess that one archer lady in the Scion is in the Scions. In that case, I agree with that statement. But yeah, Alzaldal's path, Alzaldal's peace, etc. I assume that the Warrior of Light question of the day was more asking for, like, which main characters does your Warrior of Light get along with the least, rather than, like, any Scion. To which I don't really know. I think Sucro would get along with everyone pretty well. You can interpret it however you like. Fair enough. I guess if it's any Scion, it's the Clown Squad that I deliberately avoid talking to most of the time these days, due to my own personal dislike of them. But as for, like, the main cast, I think Sucro gets along with everyone pretty well. I think it's to, like, spark discussion, but also to, like, spark, like, creativity, thoughts about stuff, thinking, you know. Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Riveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. That's kind of a funny reason to not get along with Estinian as much. Discuss the vibrant textiles. Estinian, what's your opinion about color and fabric? Ah, Thavnarian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course. He loves his blue. Nod. I've never put that much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Estinian is exactly the kind of person to do the thing that Raiden does in Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance, and end up dressing as, like, a mariachi because it's told to him that that makes him fit in, because he's a tourist that doesn't know things. So what I'm saying is that Estinian would definitely have bought a mariachi hat and poncho and thought that he was being undercover exactly like Raiden did. The waist on this is lacking something. I might have to make some adjustments. Oh, they're making the dancer artifact gear. Or actually, no, this is not the dancer gear. This is the, I think this is the dancer gear that this person is wearing. But this is, like, just Thavnarian glamour item. Bring that to the storehouse, would you? Very well. The second storehouse, I presume? They put a lot of effort into making all these little animations here, too. Operating the loom over here. That's cool. Let's see, the silks? No, they go in the secondary storehouse. And everything out of the weaving workshop belongs in the primary, I believe. Goodness, so many storehouses these days, rather hard to keep track. Yeah, I wanna take time and look around. But yeah, we've got... This is definitely the dancer level 80 gear. And then there's also multiple of the... All of the other Thavnarian armors that have been glamour items are also around here, as one might expect. Yeah, Estinian and Raiden are actually really similar, huh? Kinda? Thavnarian silk is of the finest quality and has always been highly sought after. I can hardly believe there's no demand for it right now. Trade can't resume soon enough. This doesn't look like it's made of silk, but maybe I don't know enough about textiles. Estinian doesn't have a funny dog robot, but he does befriend a number of dragons. You'll find this storehouse packed with everything from clothing to carpeting. Its importance can't be gainsaid, which is why I'm stationed here to guard the place from unsavory types. I just mean, like, in terms of it doesn't look like it's made of silk, I just mean, like, the texture of it looks sort of, like, rougher, like a carpet or a rug might be. And I don't think those are usually silk. Like, I think silk is usually, like, smoother than that. I don't know if that's the right word. But I also don't know. I'm not a textile expert. I'm afraid this storehouse is off limits to all those not currently employed at Revita Fibers, as it contains rather precious textiles. We cannot let anyone stroll through, you understand? I don't think the Warrior of Light is the Jetstream stam to Estinian, unless you count the fighting that happens in the Dragoon quest specifically. But I don't know. If Estinian ever says anything about his spear being a tool of justice, though. Yes, can I help you? This is the storehouse for our silks and not meant for customers' eyes, so if you wouldn't mind. Sorry, I just have to talk to everybody because Sucro loves to make friends. Ah, here we have further textile work being undergone. I don't know if that would be a correct way to... I actually have no idea what part of a textile making process is being represented here. Oh, okay, so given that there are plants nearby, I guess this is probably tending to the plants being used for the process. Though it was a little unclear because I wasn't sure what this texture was meant to represent. Wait, there's a demo of the new Dragon Quest monsters? Welcome to Revita Fibers' proprietary cocoonery, where we lovingly raise our silkworms to spin the finest fabric in all the realm. The silkworms depend on us to survive, and raising them keeps us quite busy, but 'tis a labor of love and trying to turn a profit. Okay, so it's worm that's happening here. And the plants are in order to raise worm. Got it. Oh, a traveler, are you? A fine time for a visit, I must say. Well, perhaps you would be interested in some of our textiles. Thavnar is famous for them, you know. Well, hello there. Curious about our work here? I was just bringing in threads to be dyed, reeled straight off the cocoons, in fact. They have put a lot of detail into this whole process and like representing it, which makes sense because it's a major part of Thavnair's like exports and stuff in the game world. I didn't know there was a demo for the Dragon Quest monsters. I might have to look at that. I do like Dragon Quest monsters. If you are here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps, then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. I think of all of the cities I've been to, Thavnair might, or rather, Radzat-Han, which is in Thavnair, might be the best example of one that feels more, like, alive. Like, there's more NPCs about doing stuff, and more, like, sections of the city dedicated to stuff that is done in Thavnair, instead of just sort of, like, sections of the city that arbitrarily exist. I see you've taken a liking to our Hamsa, friend. After all, what's not to adore? Those gentle eyes, the strangely pleasing smell of their feathers. A number of these birds were previously housed at a farm on the perfumed rise, but we had to bring them here when it was destroyed by those terrible beasts. How much I would like to let them roam free once more. Welcome to Nilapala Nourishments, where we specialize in the breeding of Hamsa, the traditional livestock of Thavnair, to ensure eggs and livestock of impeccable quality. We're named for our founder, Nilapala, who was not only the island's foremost Hamsa breeder, but also developed the method by which the beast's toxin glands may be removed to render their meat edible. A remarkable discovery, wouldn't you agree? That does sound like a pretty important discovery in the history of Hamsa breeding and raising that probably was majorly impactful to the city and nation as a whole if they're like your primary livestock. Oh, am I learning facts that you didn't? Am I finding things that people didn't find by like looking through the city more slowly? I remember passing by here with Vashan. The situation being as it was, he regretted— whoop, I accidentally skipped that. I accidentally hit the controller. Let me see that. He regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. How does it compare to dried squid, though? Istinian is being yelled at by a bird. Squawk. Squawk. I could attempt to imitate a bird sound. Wah! That's the Hamsa noise now. Wah! Wah! Okay. Enough of that, then. Actually, it's probably fairly close. Probably a reasonably accurate guess at the bird call of a Hamsa. I've unlocked a new strange sound that I can make. That was a bit Kazooie-like as well, yeah. Wow, this is a pretty location. Like this waterfall and this bridge over here. I mean, the whole city is really cool looking. But I like the geography around here too. Also, there's something somewhat funny about Istinian standing around with his arms folded in the rain while Sucro has an umbrella. And Istinian refuses to make eye contact. Istinian, you're going to catch cold or something. Being exposed to weather doesn't make you immune to the effects of weather. Oh, that's fun. Sounds like a fun little story. Those stories probably contain spoilers of some kind, so I shouldn't read them, but the synopsis doesn't really spoil anything. I wonder how slippery these tiles are in the rain. I hope they didn't have Archon bread sandwiches. And I guess Istinian is probably has a weird sort of immune system situation. Yeah, Istinian probably does literally believe that. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me. This isn't the same place where we... Oh, it is the same place where we met before. The camera angles didn't have a good view of some of the decor, statues and whatnot.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Nod. What's up?
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
This is mostly your doing, so...
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
Is it at all, harmful or detrimental to you in any way to make these? Because they are your scales?
Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
I worry a little bit about that.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Okay. Wow, a new way
We are
of...
humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
That they've invented a new way of representing paper as a 3D model that is viewable. Previously, people mostly stared at their hands, occasionally holding a two-dimensional rectangle. But now we've invented the cylinder.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Thank you for having my concern, or sharing my concern, Alize. Oh, I didn't think we'd get a... I didn't think we would see that.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Can we heal that?
Albeit brief. My involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man.
Alphino had to concentrate to cause the Heavensward background music to appear.
Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end,
Sometimes we say they
I wonder if we
are.
might trouble you with another question.
Sometimes it's Vitra, sometimes it's Vritra. There's a lot of inconsistent pronunciation happening in Endwalker that's confusing me. Because I care very much about making sure to say things as correctly as possible.
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star.
Vritra is more common going forward? Alright.
As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Imagining Nidhogg and Vritra and Midgard Sormer and so on using like tiny regular person-sized smartphones is funny. Similar to how I like to imagine them playing tiny pianos during that specific part of the "You Are Fighting a Dragon Right Now" song that happens occasionally.
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company.
Vague allusions to when dragons crossed the great expanse, I guess is what they're calling it.
He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
This reveal of the dragons don't really know anything about this, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, that is actually kind of something we didn't know, huh? And yeah, there were no dragons on the first. Aren't there dragon-like enemies from the void, though?
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
I feel like I remember an enemy that's like a void drake or something, but I guess there's probably some difference between drakes and dragons as well. And I might be making that up.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago.
Oh, interesting.
I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one?
That's a very good question.
To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
Oh yeah, there is like the twin-headed dragon in World of Darkness. Two-headed dragon? I forget exactly the phrasing. Five-headed dragon. Well, it was a dragon with more than one face. And yeah, that's probably like Allegan nonsense. I wonder if I have the Mist Dragon Triple Triad card, so I could look at that. Because I do remember you mentioning that to me once. But now that it's relevant, it could be interesting to look at it. Anyway, the source is the last bastion of hope, apparently.
So long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
This would be a very funny time for Midgardsormr to pop up and be like, hey, I'm in this game too. I'm still here.
Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
That's also interesting because at first Midgardsormr didn't seem to much care for Hydaelyn's blessing and whatnot.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
Group nod.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
You know, we don't often see Kryl have a weapon that she's carrying around, I'm realizing. Like, I don't remember seeing her have that particular weapon before. And yeah, that's fair too. Curtsy. Yeah, I remember she had a weapon in the Warring Triad quest. I don't remember if it's exactly the same one.
Prithee, a moment.
Sucro took like one half step. What's up?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee.
Yep, that's me. I'm a cat. You may have heard of that. Midgard Sormer and I have crossed paths, yes, or I only wish he could be with us here, or be here with us now. Right, Midgard Sormer, like, sacrificed himself. I forgot. I'll say the first one. Yeah, I know that guy.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits.
Yeah, he's not, like, dead, but he's... yeah. What happens with this if you haven't done Omega? Is the line of dialogue still the same? Did he just, like, fall asleep inexplicably?
'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgard Sommer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
But Vritra, this thing is called Endwalker. It's building to an ending of a big story arc. There's definitely gonna be, like, a break somewhere.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Oh, I slightly misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah, I guess Sucro's pretty dang important. Zel, Moonbrita, Papalimo, Minfilia, and Reen. Arshafont, rather. Yeah. A secondary protagonist?
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
Who's the primary protagonist?
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
I do. I'm a paladin. That's what I just had the brain connection that during Heavensward I wasn't really a paladin main for, or was I? Did I start maining paladin in Heavensward? I don't actually remember when I started doing that, but I just had like the brain connection that what if Sucro became a paladin because of Harshafont's death, and immediately was very sad. I don't think that's canon to Sucro because, but like the sequence of events there would make that make sense as one interpretation of it. The idea of having different interpretations of my specific character in this game is a little bit silly, but you know. Are you here to tell me to hurry up?
Ah, apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
You know, that's a very good point, Alice. That's pretty good. Okay.
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter.
Something about the way that Vritro's like one animation other than the idle animation is to wiggle around a lot is pretty funny too.
Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Now I'm just wondering what. Okay, Vreacher, look. You said the word toast, and there is what could arguably be considered plot-relevant bread in existence. So now I'm wondering what happens if you try to toast like a slice of Archon loaf. This is the way my brain works. That's a good character lore reason to be a warrior, I think. The main Sucro lore reason is that she always liked stories of like knights and adventure, and also like figured out how to summon and wield a sword of ether of some sort, or at least that was one idea I had. Yeah, I'm sure toasted Archon loaf would be absolutely terrible, but somebody has tried it, I bet. I had to double check what line of dialogue just happened because I was distracted by my train of thought, like drifting across all the rails and into the ocean, as it does sometimes. Did you know that I am diagnosed with ADHD? That may or may not have anything to do with anything. Is there any specific reason for that name that you've invented for the Lalafell? Lola. Fair enough. It's also really funny to say Lola. In an alternate universe where Sucro was not my character and I was instead a Lalafell, I wonder if I would have insisted on saying the entire name of my character every time, because it would have been funny. I actually was considering a Lalafell for this whole streaming the whole game project at some point. I don't remember the character's name, but I had it somewhere. I wonder if I could find it. I don't remember what my name idea was for a Lalafell at any point. Oh yeah, Bowser's Sourpuss Bread is the Hotel Mario toast. All toasters, toast. So I had thought of using the name Sucrofunk as a Mikote name like a long time ago. Not really, well, probably by now a long time ago. And then I forgot about it when I was trying to think of what character to play as for a stream playthrough. And then I remembered eventually and was like, immediately just created Sucro. Because once I remembered that idea, I was like, oh yeah, that's a great idea, and I should make that real right now. And then I did. I have images of the Lalafell that I almost was at some point. Sucro is very important. I'm sure I've posted this image on social media at some point, somewhere. But for the record, in an alternate universe, this could have been my character. I wish I remembered the name that I thought of for her. It had a Z in it. Somewhere. I feel like I'm getting more and more distracted and like tangential about everything when playing through Endwalker, but honestly that sort of makes me take the experience more like in a relaxed sort of slow way, which is good. It's good to take one's time, perhaps. Here she is looking mad about something in a benchmark. Or determined, perhaps. I think the eye membranes are the Dune ones. Here's this image that exists. Because I still think it's funny that very high is something that the benchmarks tell you. Actually, now that I remember that, I actually converted that into like a square shaped image for potential use as a Twitch emote at some point. But I never added it. I think it was too illegible at Twitch emote resolution or something like that. I did add new emotes though. I did get like new emote slots recently, and I just sort of had the ones I had laying around for the new emote slots are probably not the most useful ones, but there's the well from Monster Party, if you ever want to post that. It's probably more useful to have Hamtaro firing a gun though, like relatively speaking. I hope it's not a problem how distracted I am from everything all the time. Anyway. Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. So what were you and Vritra talking about? Shake head. Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. Like his sister Tiamat, Vritra is possessed of a gentle soul. I'm glad they're on our side. Fair enough. I just mean like I'm going on like tangents and thinking about toasting Archon bread and sharing pictures of random stuff and so on. But like honestly, I guess people are probably more here to like see me play through and react to Endwalker than to see Endwalker. So like it's probably fine for me to do whatever, pretty much. Oh no! I spoke its name and it became real. I've summoned the loaf. Do you think that Alphino or Alize has ever run to I said like Skrull, which is nothing. Was ever running to the studium with Archon Loaf in their mouth, like Anime Toast? Do you think they've ever done this? And if so, which one of them has done it more often? Alize was probably one of the people who didn't like Archon bread, actually. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. No toasters toast fish. Don't toast the Archon bread. You know, that seems like a reasonable guess. I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms, grown as stone's throw away from the satrap's residence. It gives the quintessential Thavnarian flair, don't you think? It gives it the, yeah. Yeah, it is interesting that the Warrior of Light says that. There's probably a lot of different ways to interpret why the Warrior of Light would say nothing important. I think for Sucro, it's that she doesn't want anyone to worry about her. Thank you for petting Calico. Sucro is the sort of person to, like, ignore her own needs and focus on the needs of others to the detriment of her own health and well-being. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I'm also that sort of person, for the record. You could probably tell. I don't know. Well, I'm glad for that. I don't know if I talked to anybody, like, over here. Also, there's not many other players in Radz-at-Han, I'm noticing. I mean, it's not like an endgame hub, or if it is, I'm not in the part of it that is. Let's see now, the foodstuffs sent from Palakistan go here, and... ah yes, I must remember to buy gifts for the villager children afterwards. Usually if you encounter somebody muttering to themselves, they're not muttering about how they have to remember to buy gifts for children. So I think that random NPC is just, like, probably an extremely kind-hearted person. Given that I have seen a few other players standing around here, I feel like it might be real, but I'm not sure. The word Yuge apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all others in the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible, or so I was told. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radz-at-Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. That's fair. I haven't actually gotten to the actual Aetheryte yet, so... We have located bricks. This part of the city feels like it's underground, even though it's not. There's the Aetheryte. Okay, there's the people. I found all of the people. We've located the people. According to the message on the base, this Aetheryte has been temporarily disabled. Right, I forgot about that. I was thinking about that, Samantha. When I read Yuge, the first thing I thought of was Meteos. I miss Meteos sometimes. You ever think about Meteos? I didn't even, like, process anything that they just gave me. None of it is directly relevant to me, though. Because I already have, like, the best gear I can get without doing savage raids. It seems like we're on the right track. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. That does seem like a very warrior type of thought. Wow, this place is even more colorful on this side of the city. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the High Crucible of Alchemia, Radzethan's state-sponsored workshop for all matters alchemical. From military-grade coating agents to solvents for removing stains from your favorite garments, we create it all. I think it's slightly funny how Alchemia sounds so similar to alchemy, and that's definitely on purpose from the localization team. This place is really cool. By the way, Meteos knowers, what's your favorite Meteos planet? The one I remember most often is probably Starry. Confound it, where is that reference on fast-acting medicines? I've told them time and again to return all tomes to the shelf after use. Oh no, is someone doing library crimes around here? Let's see, what would keep the senses sharp even in the small hours? Oh yeah, Darth Vega. I sort of remember that one. The first ignition doesn't move blocks at all? Is that like one of the ultra high gravity ones? I don't remember the names. I don't know which ones were my favorite to play either. Something about, I think like the music in Starry was just really nice. And it was also like really simple to play. And very forgiving and like chill. And I thought the design of the little creature was good. I really like everything about like Meteos. Like the gameplay is cool, but I also like how there's so many different like planets with their own descriptions for a lot of stuff about how they function. I'm very good at typing. I typed Meteorsa instead of Meteos. I tried to type Meteos planet where the first ignition does nothing. I'm curious. None of the ones that showed up are ones that I'm noticing here. Or none of the ones that showed up are ones that seem like that. I'm guessing the first ignition not doing anything is probably like gravitas or something. But maybe not. Oh, right. Yeah. I forgot about that with Darth Vega. It has like the best of everything, but if you... Yeah, that's really, really cool. That's something I forgot about. The mechanics of Meteos and all the different planets are so interesting. Oh yeah, I guess it is kind of like how the Death Star has like a small weak point that immediately makes it explode, huh? I wonder if that's exactly why. Yeah, I don't think I thought of that. That's really good. I more think about how I like how all the planets have like different lore and stuff, but I guess I didn't think about how the mechanics sometimes represent stuff like that. That's really cool. The Thavnarian climate is so hot and humid that some fruits practically ferment right there on the vine. Most other foods tend to spoil quickly as well, which is why we use so many spices. For preservation using. Well, when the heroes came to this island, they introduced to us their brand of herbology. The Hanish of the time then combined this newfound science with their pre-existing knowledge to develop the alchemy we know today. The warding scales are absolutely fascinating. I confess I'm itching to experiment with them. There may be other applications for such talismans. This is a hairstyle that's really uncommon. But you can have it as a player character. I forget what it's called. Food features prominently? I typically don't like food as a concept, so I guess I'll have to keep that in mind. I didn't actually even talk to anyone else here. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. Oh no, I accidentally missed a bunch of dialogue because I forgot I didn't talk to the rest of the Scions. Ah, jeez.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Hello, Endwalker main theme.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Or at least part of the main theme. Footfalls.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Many.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
But we don't have a solution for evacuating the towers yet.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
That's a good point, too. Everyone's just looking at Y'shtola.
We would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Y'shtola really wants to go invade Garlemald, huh?
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
Yeah, okay. Seems like everyone just wants to go to Garlemald and stab. What if we cut out the middleman? What if we cut out the middle of this man? Yeah. Now that I'm seeing this, I am sort of vaguely remembering that I think the next dungeon is in Garlemald, so I think that is something that I know.
Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Is Sarlian really the safest and most secure place for this right now? Okay, sure.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh, what's up? Gasp? Also, I'm glad to see you're doing well.
Madonna, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Havnir from an awful fate.
We did good. Graha fist bump. Istinian smiling quietly in the corner.
Truly saved whom?
What are you talking about, Urianger? Oh wait, no, the scales. Yeah. I mean, Thabner has contributed a great deal to our cause. Yeah, exactly, Rizir. That's what I'm a little bit worried about. What do you think would happen to Istinian if he was placed in a location where there was nothing for him to lean against? Do you think he'd just sort of like not have any idea of what to do?
Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy.
Yeah, he probably would. You can do the lean emote without having a wall.
Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Gasp.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yeah, we got boxes of it over there.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Oh. Wait, what? Glow? Oh. Oh, the flower! That's really good.
Look at that. Its color
Oh,
is completely
yeah,
changed.
that's great. I didn't even consider anything like that happening. Oh.
What do you have there?
Cool flower.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Akash?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory.
Interesting.
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
Huh.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts.
Interesting.
Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
True.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
I get the feeling we might learn more about Akasha, because it's being brought up and focused on for a significant amount of time.
Nonsense, you have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
And it's very interesting, too.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan, then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
Right, returning to the possibly bad idea that we had.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Bowing and waving and so on. The last thing I remember before being absorbed into the tower was you rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome to rescue us. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flower's radiant glow says everything I cannot. Oh. Do you have business with one of the satrap's alchemists at the High Crucible? Visit if you must, but you would do well to hold your nose if pungent chemical odors are not to your liking. I'm guessing I still cannot attune. Oop. No tuning here yet. Which means that we will have to return later. There's something funny about the quest name, The Color of Joy, being tied to a reward of the most joyless food item imaginable. Though most food has no joy for me. I just mean general perception of it within the universe and so on. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. I guess, technically, storing this stuff in Sharlayan isn't as bad of an idea because the Baldessian Annex is like on our side. More so than the rest of Sharlayan currently is. Or like, a lot of Sharlayan at least. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Alright, time for Ardbert to show up. Wait. That's true too. Welcome back, Sucro. Kryles apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Oh, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Do I actually get like an in-room upgrade? Or is that just you've made the sheets better? Huh? Flowers gray again. This song started exactly like a song from Final Fantasy VII that meant bad things were happening, so I was very worried for a second.
Take heart and protect them well.
That song also started to have a very specific melody that sounded kind of... Ah!
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
I'm being ambushed with
We've bought quite a spread if
lunch.
you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
I'm being ambushed with notably improved animation quality due to they have to do unique stuff, like carrying a bag. It might only have been for that one part. Ah, burger. Ah, Yoshi's cookie. Charlian supports esports. Ah, this part. I think I knew that Graha had a cheeseburger at one point.
Grahatia Kanos Cheerburger.
Cheerburger?
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his
Alfredo's
liking.
got a really good Estinian impression. And yeah, Alize removing the pickles is funny.
Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time.
That's a giant cookie.
What? To perfect his brooding stare?
Yes.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
That seems like a threat that would kill
An excellent
someone.
idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
You're such a nerd, Alphino.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
I can see what you mean about
Speaking of one's
the
physical
loving
condition, Mistress I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
I see what you mean about food being prominent lovingly or whatever.
That was tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done.
Also, the sandwich basket's back.
If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Yeah. Nod.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt.
I'm noticing that
The
Alphino
relief
has
of a
chosen
people
pizza
with
today.
renewed hope.
Indeed.
But he's
And
just
in
holding his
turn, I
teacup
felt buoyed by that
permanently.
radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
The one downside of cutscenes being more elaborate is that they don't often let me pause the text boxes and take in the words at my own pace.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely.
Says
And even at my
Graha.
best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle.
Still too slow to get the cookie.
Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
I wanted the cookie.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume.
Ah, they...
And from a veritable
The-
mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my
The illegal
solitary
forbidden magic of float, I guess?
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the forbidden archives.
yes, well, after a fashion.
Are you offering that cookie or just gesturing with it? Zucro notably has, I guess she has a burger in front of her.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Hey, you don't have to explain it. I feel like that was a lot of food, even for this amount of people. But maybe I don't know anything about... Hey look, it's the moon. Maybe I don't know anything about how food works for most people. Are we pushing on until dawn, or shall we call it a night? Or you do know these are my quarters. I want to recheck the dialogue for a second. Just checking. Mm-hmm. It's difficult to check the dialogue when I feel like I'm holding up a stream, I guess, by doing so. Are you pushing on until dawn? Shall we call it a night, or you do know these are my quarters? Shall we call it a night, perhaps? It's a bit late.
One last cup of tea, then. Dickon said this brew helps relax the mind before bed, and gave us some leaves for free.
Alize, did you steal a cookie again? Green! It's green. What's that mean? We saw that yellow was joy, but what's green? Also joy? Friend bonus. Meanwhile, in the hall of the opposite of justice, another shot of the moon. That's true, there are a lot of different types of joy and whatnot.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
Tower broke.
Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
So, this is the Ammon voice and not the Asahi voice, I think, right? This is not the usual Van Daniel voice we heard most of the time before now. Because he has two different voices.
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether.
It would be very funny if Xenos is like, didn't catch who did it at all. Also, the music here is a piano rendition of Heavensward boss music, I think. Or... I think? Which is interesting.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
So the towers are supposed to be sort of a diversion, I guess.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
I watched the previous cutscenes while you were doing cartwheels in the other room.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No, that's literally one of my most prominent character traits.
No.
Like,
All
literally
else
no.
is equal.
I used to care about swords almost as much as I cared about the nemesis that I have, but then I decided that scythes were better. And I can't carry around a golf bag of giant scythes, so what's even the point?
Equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Jeez.
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
Hot like the moon, where we get heat, like, because it's not the... you know, the moon, which provides warmth to the earth. And not the sun, which doesn't do that.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
I'm rolling my eyes at Xenos right now.
Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
A piece of the train of thought that I was having earlier about Toast has arrived back on the train tracks of thought, and I'm imagining Xenos repeatedly pressing down on a toaster with toast that is already made, saying, "Burn! Burn!" And this is how he spends his morning sometimes.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more.
What if Fandaniel dies not in a fight, but because he wasn't looking when he was twirling around and just sort of twirls off of a cliff?
I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable.
I suppose that is a way to see what Xenos is saying, but I'm mostly just rolling my eyes.
You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream.
I would be running to school with toast in my mouth.
It was a fragmented thing. Disjointed. All the faces incomplete.
Endwalker is actually a game about toast.
so I thought it's simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind.
Oh, you're talking
One
about...
day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
They keep looking at the moon. They keep doing it. On Wings of Hope. Hey, that's song lyric from song that we haven't even heard the lyrics of in the context of the game outside of the trailer yet. Magus Resistor is a title that I can have now, apparently. Well. It feels like I should continue to go for a bit more, because it's not even 3 hours yet. Even though this feels like the game is yelling at me that this is a place to stop. I don't think I want to. I hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for a late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. That is good. The achievement titles and stuff. For now, why don't we do another BRB? And heck, why don't I do another gambling minigame? We're still experimenting to learn how often these should be done. So we'll gauge how people feel about having this happen again. Perhaps. Here we go. Nobody bet on that? Oh no. That's a real shame. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. So, the thing that you mentioned with it fading in as the timer is counting down to 2 is a funny little quirk of how I put together and edited everything. Because the video editor that I have and use when I need video editing has an oddity when I use it where it seems to have issue with different audio tracks. So I wanted to record the audio as part of the video, which is also how I did that instead of just like putting audio over a GIF. And as such, in order to attempt to line it up, I started the recording with a little bit over 2 minutes on the timer, and then pressed the music button when it got to 2 minutes. And then since I did the fade transition, I had to have a few seconds for it to fade without just like cutting into the music. So it's just a weird oddity of how I construct such a thing. I'm glad that you think it improves the experience. I think a common feature of creative projects that I make seems to be silly workarounds, actually. Like, maybe that's a common experience for a lot of people doing creative work. But I feel like it's a common feature in stuff that I make specifically. Just like finding ways around things that probably weren't the most intended. I have a lot of fun doing that sometimes. One specific example, whether or not any of you are aware of my Goofy Wargroove campaign that is arguably in development still. Better hurry up because Wargroove 2 is soon. Here's a random screenshot from it without any context. If you've never seen it, this will be very strange to you. Wargroove 1 does not have objects in the engine that would serve as tables except for this desk. This desk is the only thing that resembles a table or a note in terms of props that you can put into cutscenes. So I've had to use it for both. That's sort of like an adjacent thing to what I was talking about, and it's still very funny to me. Also, for a long time, Wargroove 1 did not have the ability to make the dog bark. Like, the generic dog unit could not do a bark sound, so I had to substitute in other things. Like, so I just started using arbitrarily random sound effects and words instead of bark with a bark sound effect. So the battle pup says borscht and there's a gunshot, and that's become like a running joke for the first portion of that campaign. Later on, they added in the bark sound. So when I was making a developer commentary cutscene about how there wasn't a bark sound, and I noticed there was a bark sound, it sort of went off the rails. Hopefully I'll be able to finish that Wargroove campaign and maybe stream it or something. People apparently think it's very funny, so anyway. Sound the bell, school is in! Krell and Grahatia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Well, that's rude to say. And they barged into my room. Oh, there you are, feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Skarlak Monteshane and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thabnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now might be the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Nod. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Nod. Reminder that Graha, like, tripped and fell into a security robot. And otherwise would not have been caught. Alphino is actually practicing his rotation here. If Father can master these fiendish contraptions, then so can I! Oh, they're fiendish now. I thought they were intuitive a second ago. Fiendishly intuitive? Maybe. Heading out for a stroll? The Scholark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less, will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Exactly, Vorpy. That's why it's funnier that Alphino needs to practice it. What is the level 84 Sage ability? Oops. I'm a double paladin now. I don't see anything at 84. Unless it's a trait. Yeah, there isn't a level 84 one. By the way, the Crypt Lurker robe is pretty neat, I think. And now, time for Sucre to abruptly pivot to Sage for the rest of Endwalker for no reason. Probably not. I did try to switch back to Sage to see how that would go for a while. And I feel like I've sort of forgotten how healing works and gotten confused by it. I might try it again if they like rework Astrologian to not be garbage to play on controllers specifically for me. It feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of Thaliak, the scholar. Bearer of the waters of knowledge, it's no exaggeration to say that Charlian itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studium. I've been a healer main at least 2 separate points in time, but I think I've like become mostly a tank person, which is strange to me still. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you've made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Is talking to a former professor of yours official business? While most of this space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute, they say at the same time. Okay, so this is like a speech and not something Alphino specifically had prepared. Unless they heard him preparing the speech. I think I've explained my, like, the roles that I've played in this game before. But, like, I started I started my experience with the game, like, maybe even before Heavensward as a white mage. And then in Heavensward, I was, like, Dragoon and Bard a lot, and also tried other healers. I got scared of healing because people got upset trying to do the Odin fight synced. And like random people yelling at me made me afraid to heal. So then I was like Dragoon and Bard in Heavensward. In Stormblood I was Red Mage. In Shadowbringers I was Dancer. And then like skip forward to the Sucro era, and all of that job progression is on video, I guess. Sucro's been a lot of stuff already. Oops, wrong button. Alphino gasping. He always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he's recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck it might work to our advantage. Nod. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Monteshane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Nod. I guess Sucro was like Bard. Well, we can look at her current levels for whatever that's worth. Started as Bard, switched to like Scholar, I think. Because I was like, I'll try Scholar to level up Summoner for when that gets reworked. But yeah, you can see her levels here. Been all over the place. Tried Samurai on stream. Tried Dancer on stream a bit. Reaper. Various tanks and healers and whatnot. I'd say there is a decent chance that when Dawn Trail comes out, I could play as one of the new DPS classes if I like them enough. And also, everyone is clapping and cheering for Alphino over there. Also, like, that's a good point too. Dawn Trail could easily change up stuff about existing classes enough to make things interesting. Like I said, I'm hoping that a rework of Astrologian makes it fun for me. Because as is on controller, for me, it's a nightmare. That was Alphino Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alphino Leveilleur. And he's with his sister and Master Baldassian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. I'm a cat also. I'm here too. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. What could warrant the sudden return of so many esteemed alumni? Is there truth to the rumors? I must get to the bottom of this. Something about people just standing around Alphino, like, clapping and cheering is really funny. Well, he doesn't know what to do about it. The Aliapos are everywhere. Things were bad enough during our school days, and Alphino's time abroad has only heightened his fame. Or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphino, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. He spoke to me. He actually spoke to me. Alphino's just like, oh god, what's happening? It's Alphino himself in the flesh. Alphino was like apparently very popular as a student for being the best at everything. I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the Scholarch has concluded. The Scholarch? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Levier's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you've incurred the ire of the Forum? What I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Yeah, he's like, as Alize said, he's even more famous now due to everything that's happened. Questioning head tilt. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner, you're fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books! Sucro nodding extremely, like, emphatically, I think is the word I'm looking for, suddenly. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. Sucro was probably like, is it also books? That's what we deal with here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. And yeah, there is a whole tree in here. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa this, tongue of Gigantode that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholarch's whereabouts. Or, I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. Second one. Sorry, you're mistaken. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, exactly. That's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Scholarch? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I could... Oh, you mean him! He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! The time it's taken me to tell you all this, Scholarch's probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Nod. Finding a worthy gleaner is proving tougher than I thought. Maybe I'm not suited to this line of work. Ki Aliapo for being a character who has like one scene's worth of dialogue in the main story. You have instantly endeared yourself. Possibly relevant in the crafty gathery stuff. This is where they make the smart soup. I have no idea why I just said that. Yes, the Skalak was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? No, you don't cook the books, you read the books. You can cook from the books or buy the books.
Ah, I remember you.
Ah, you were the one who was accused of the crime. Well, one of them.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged.
I wonder how many people are shocked by how Alphino is polite now. Because he was kind of a jerk before. Back in Realm Reborn. Alize is nicer too than she was.
I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Wait, I thought the majority agreed that we weren't allowed to do anything.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation.
Wait, the vote went our way?
At all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
I misunderstood the whole vote scene as, like, the vote that they passed was the bad option for us. Yeah, I didn't realize it was don't do anything but you can stay versus go into the ocean. Somehow. I don't think that was super clear to me. I thought it was like the Scions aren't allowed to do anything versus the Scions are still allowed to do things. Oops.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting.
Dour?
But it seems I just missed you.
Everyone's saying words in ways that I don't know about. What do you mean dour? I thought it was dour. Ah. Must be a different way of saying it that I didn't know about. Nobody says that it's doer? It's just Montashane?
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
This guy turning to the warrior of light and or darkness and or Sucro and saying you must have a lot of patience to put up with this group of people and their shenanigans is pretty funny.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Wink. Kryle's laughing. Yeah, calling out Y'shtola too is also pretty funny.
There is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill.
I like Monteshane a lot so far. Also, Alphino just going, well, the Forum said that we can't know the secrets, but can you tell us the secrets?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
Yeah, they're absolutely more annoying people. Like, the entire crew has had a significant amount of character development at this point. So any annoying that they were is... A lot of the annoying things about them were, like, phased out. Like, Thancred's not as bad. Alphino and Alize aren't as bad. They're all good now. But yeah, that it is important that everyone is sworn to secrecy. That wasn't something that was, like, specifically mentioned before.
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Oh. Magically sworn to secrecy, not just like, don't tell anyone, it's don't tell anyone.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Or possibly magic. It sounds like there's something compelling him not to speak about it.
As such, those entrusted with this
Yeah,
duty
okay.
have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
See, I interpreted that guy choking as, like, catching himself, but conveyed in a slightly weird way. Like, instead of, like, covering one's mouth, just, like, choked. I didn't realize that that was, like, an actual enchantment or anything. Interesting. You realize this makes you more suspicious, though, right?
Even possible?
Everyone is surprised by this.
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Good thing you found me in this lecture hall. Very convenient of you. Of this whole situation. Time for me to show how the double blackboard works. Or maybe not. Point. Oh, this is good. This guy rules.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Alize, your sword is scraping the floor. Sucro's sword is also almost doing that. One of the best qualities a teacher or professor can have is loving their job, I think. Unless they love it because they love to be evil about, like, evil to their students. But, like, genuinely loving to teach is probably one of the best qualities a professor could possibly have.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms.
But also, like, he just said he hasn't given a lecture in a while. Wonder why that is.
2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
2 are incorporeal, so what's the third? It's corporeal! Genius answer. Corporeal, ether, magic, See, so Sucro would know this 100%. But I don't know things 100% ever. I'm gonna guess magic, then. Is it magic?
Not entirely inaccurate, but nor is it the answer I was looking for.
Oh.
That would be corporeal ether.
Wait, it really is corporeal ether? But that sounds like a joke. You said there are 3 kinds of ether, 2 of which are incorporeal. So it seems like saying corporeal ether is like the being a smart jerk person answer. But okay, fine. This isn't canon. Sucro always gets all answers correct.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
Actually, given Sucro's very specific areas of interest, I could see her answering magic to that question. Because she likes Arcanima and stuff of that nature. And, well, magic. She studies her interests are a lot of her interests are related to magic. So she probably just says magic, which is technically true, but not exactly what he was looking for, as he said. So that makes sense, actually. I've justified it. Anyway. We've seen dramatic change of soul ether before. I think.
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the... something. Studium? No. Maybe? That has to be welcome to the studium. Yeah, it is, because you can see that that's a T because of to and the. Yeah, it says welcome to the studium.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
I feel like this is an important image to take a screenshot of so that I could edit anything else onto the paper for a comedy. That's just free meme. If the paper was doused with ink, I suppose it would obscure the memories. Yeah? Questioning head tilt?
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well.
Pictomancer has been something that a few people have speculated will be in 7.0, I think. That'd be cool. I would try Pictomancer. Sucro would draw a picture.
In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Various thinking.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
You said it's tangential, but it seems like they're talking about it. Kind of.
People of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm.
Less tangential than you might think. Maybe.
But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
That's fun.
Indeed.
Fun that they talk about the thing you forgot they talked about, I mean.
Whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
The
enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
Okay, we've also just learned that Sharlayan prohibits memory manipulation, but is doing something adjacent to it regardless. Also, the fact that they have a specific law against that is a little bit concerning, yeah. And the fact that they're breaking it, also concerning.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process.
Okay, so we have to get inducted into the Forum, and then right before they do the process, we have to, like, escape. Obviously.
Unnecessary.
That wouldn't go well.
You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
So are the memories being obscured the ability to speak about the sacred duty? Because presumably you still know what it is so that you can work towards it. Unless you, like, drew up an outline of plans and were like, it's for the thing that you forget because we made you forget it. Don't worry about it.
Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
Great. Permanent enchantment that lasts until you die, or until someone removes it. That's also bad, regardless of what it's about.
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
Yeah, that is a very specific thing to be undone
There are
too.
those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
Yeah. I know about those a little bit.
What happens after that?
Alize just saying, what happens after we die?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
That's true, they did look at the afterlife with the tower, I guess. And yeah, stuff reminiscent of Asians here for sure. Sucro, surprise?
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Why was Sucro so amazed by the piece of paper just now? Every time there's a scene that's lovingly animated, it's
I'm
wonderful.
unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
Hey, I have a question, raising my hand. What happens if you try to write a message about the thing you're not allowed to speak about? Still holding my hand in the air. You get like a hand cramp or something? How's that work? It'd be really funny if like the entire Charlian forum did not consider the loophole of writing about the secret, and they could just do that freely. That seems like the sort of thing that could conceivably happen. Huh. I see. And yeah, how can you like hint at it? There's a lot of we need to know more specifics about the enchantment and find loopholes.
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Sucro get to read book?
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Also, hey, I pronounced Ki Aliapo, right? I did it. You don't have to do a sinister laugh as you leave the room, Professor Montaigne. That does make me slightly more suspicious of you than I was seconds ago. Okay, so Ki Aliapo is for the Crafty Gatherer, which sounds like something that the goblins in this game would say. Seeing as I have played Dungeons and Dragons, maybe that's exactly what's happening. While Scholark Montaigne is best known for his role as head of the Studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Sharlayan has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. So it's super difficult to conjure paper and then write on it without, like, actually holding the quill. Some of my earliest memories are of Scholark Montaigne, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the Studium in the first place. The implication that what is effectively magic parlor tricks is one of the most difficult types of magic is fascinating. But also, yeah, conjuring matter is like, that's a good point. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we are one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives. And the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the Annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the Scholark suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. But that's optional, because that's for Crafty Gather reasons. And judging by the quest markers on my map, oh, there it is. The faculty. That might not even be something I have access to with the levels that I have. Land or Hand 80, which I don't have at all. Not even close. As you can see, the Crafty Gather is part of the game which I engaged with less overall. This time around. Well, also last time around. It just doesn't grab my attention. Unfortunately. Maybe one day, but unlikely. Having spent most of the time in Thavnair, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land. The lie of the land here in Sharlayan. Even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. Estinian returned not long after we departed for the Studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholark. Or perhaps not. You'd better not let your guard down around Ki. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace from your usual heroics, and as the Scholark said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholark Montaigne's lecture to Raha. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. Oh yeah, wasn't that the part of the Evil East questline that was cut? I think that was mentioned before. Oh, those are the post quests. Okay. It wasn't cut. It's just after. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. They cut part of it. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrund. Nod. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Estinian shrugs. And then none of the scales were there! Whoa! I hope not. But also, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, they're there. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Reacher and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Questioning head tilt. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. Nod. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. To Limsa. Nod. Alphino, are you just phrasing it... Alphino and Graha, are we just phrasing it as like ways the winds are going and the tide turning and so on because we're preemptively like prepping ourselves for the nautical metaphors that are bound to happen? Or is that just a coincidence? Nautical nonsense, be something you wish. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Hey, that's fine. I've talked to them loads of times. The idea of immunization against nautical metaphors is kind of funny. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we've taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? Nod. It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. Gasp. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Nod. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, if not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. And for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Nod. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. I'm struggling with words now. Of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. Nod. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Nod. For honor and glory, for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Telophoroi. Bahamut 0. For the people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Nod. She didn't say a single nautical metaphor in that entire conversation. We prepped for nothing. I don't know why I'm running over here. Oh. The immunization makes them completely inaudible. I don't know, that sounds like some of that Charlian memory altering magic that breaks laws that they allegedly don't want to break. 100 horse-sized Bahamets is just what PvP frontlines looks like, or looked like when summoners were... Unless summoners have been nerfed since then. Unless you use the pet size command to make them smaller. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilsabard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? I'll admit this is all rather daunting, though not quite in the way I was expecting. Billowing sails and creaking plank. That made me imagine her making seagull noises instead. Did they nerf Summoner in PvP? There was a period of time in PvP when apparently Summoners were a big problem in Frontline. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our Alliance's finest. The best of the best. The best of the best. The Warrior of Light and, well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distancing myself from the part I should be worried about, marching into Garlemald. I must quiz Thancred and Urianger on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Well, I need to keep my ears covered. They can be a bit sensitive at times. If Emmerich asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. It took me a second to remember he was talking about the unreasonable amount of money that he spent. Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion? Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go like a Galacat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. Yeah. I want to see Alphino and Estinian on a game show that involves guessing the prices of objects. Which might be The Price is Right. That might be the point of The Price is Right. But I actually am forgetting. Okay, it is actually that. I want to see Alphino and Estinian compete on the Eorzean equivalent of The Price is Right. Or something similar. The price is wrong, exactly. You know, that's also probably true. I don't know enough about how The Price is Right's rules work, actually. Ah, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I'd do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade.
Welcome to The Price is Right Eorzean edition. I'm your host Drew Tia. Our first item today is a high-quality X potion. Whoever gets closest to the retail value price without going over wins this first round.
250 gil. I think it's something like that. 250. Gil. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again! Oh, it's you. You know, that makes sense. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. And before you ask, no, we cannot bring the robot. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. They're $887? Wow. Maybe I was thinking of the sale price, like from vendoring it, or something like that. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Wait, that is the sale price? So I got one of the prices right, maybe. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Oh, okay. Wait. There's no way you can vendor an X potion for 887 gil. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I'm pretty sure vendoring potions is way cheaper than that. We'll deliver your people from harm in your stead, or I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. I understand Werlet is in your hands. I understand. Werlet is in your hand, and I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. Oh wow, they vendor for way less, too. Huh. Well, nobody else guessed a number, so I win the game show. And I and the government of Werlet intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. Nod.
To the stars. Eating cereal. Actually, naps are fine. $34.
Oh no, Kelly guessed a price!
Destroy!
Quick, somebody convert $34 to gil and see who actually won. I have no idea what the gil to dollar conversion ratio would be.
Alpha Nord 888888888 gil.
Alphino doing his best the Stanley Parable impression with his guess there. Gil to dollar would be yen, probably? I don't know if gil are one-to-one with yen, either. I don't remember Maxima's voice. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? Nod. You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. $34 to yen. That would be 5,024. So, if it were a one-to-one, I would still be closer. But I doubt that it is. There's so many people to talk to. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. With the knowledge that our allies will hold the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Ilsabardian front. So that's Gaius Baelsar. The horrors he must have seen, many of his own making, I do not doubt. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varus's murder, though I am rather less recognizable on sight. Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with the Lunar Primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies above and came to their aid. This worm, as described, was the spitting image of Tiamat. It would seem she too continues to wage war against the Telophoroi. Oh, that is really good to know. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we who remain will have to fight that much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. Aye, this old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimate it at your peril. Hey, can I go to the Royal Menagerie? I could, if I wanted to. Just curious. A mystery prize. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Alright, so Fordola's gonna be here or something, probably. Some other notable people that I can't remember at the time. The time being now.
By the 12.
Oh, Lisa's over there. See her. Pippin. Several of the Black Mage Guild of Ul'dah. The Scholar,
Glad you
warrior
could join
guy.
us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
Some other notable people. Scholar warrior guy. I forgot his name, but he's in the Scholar questline.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of
Alka-Zolka,
individuals
that's right.
assembled for a single purpose.
If you've done every class quest, you get a name for basically everyone here? Huh.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Oh, those two on the left are from the Bard quest line. There's Esumi Yan or whatever. No, that's not right. One of the Pajal, Kokobuki and company. The Lalafell with the green and white is from the Monk quest line. And Manolane is there. The machinist guy is over there. There's a bunch of static images of people in the background that aren't moving. Guy on the right's from Dragoon. Right, yeah, I kind of remember him. Sucro hasn't done that one. But yeah, I recognize almost everybody here. I don't remember who the blue-haired person doing push-ups is or the Rugadin with the axe. If I did indeed know them. I recognize the black mages, some of the monk, or the monk Lalafell, Manolane, Machinist guy, Estevenian or whatever. Dragoon guy, Guidolo and Sanson, I think the names are of the Bard people. Sicard? Who was Sicard again? Oh, right, him! Yeah. I think that's right. That's wild that he's there.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades.
Lucia's here too.
Included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative.
It's been a while.
Of all nations, not least.
Oh yeah, that is her homeland.
I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
Is it uncomfortable to wear a circlet over the Garlean eye, I wonder? It seems like it'd be uncomfortable.
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
It's been a lot of time since Lucia had voice lines. Lucia's cool. Probably, I guess.
We welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that
that's fair.
If there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Nod.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Graha just did the welcome emote for some reason. Hello, I recognize many of you. Sucro has interacted with many of them. God, it would be really funny if they like backported people from every future job quest into this cutscene.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
Wait, all of these people are gonna get voice lines? That's wild to me.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
That's what Arun Senna's voice sounds like?
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
I didn't expect that. I expected a higher pitch.
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Hold on, I have to double check dialogue again. Okay. Yeah, most of these people are Guidolo and Sanson gonna be voiced? I want to hear what Guidolo sounds like.
Of course, with
I
an
guess not, though.
experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as
Hey,
well,
look, they recognize that I have job
requiring
level.
More involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
I definitely did that quest line a little bit. Smile.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
It is Sicard.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
Not very confident these days, huh?
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
No! Surprise attack from the nautical metaphors. It wasn't Merlvib.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
Here, here, I guess.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. course, just like the Gradanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we.
Oh yeah, that's right. Those guilds are in
The
Limsa.
most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
It's very funny that, if you know anything about the monk questline, it's very funny that this Lalafell here, I forget her name, is considered more dependable than the Guildmaster, because that's extremely true. The Guildmaster is extremely not dependable, it turns out.
If Garlemald
I should say
has truly
pugilist
fallen,
questline, not
the whole
monk,
place is likely to be
actually.
crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to
Pugilist
clear
and
hold the path for others to follow.
thaumaturge.
That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
All right.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
Your element of punching.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades
Thancred,
like these, I know
that's
we'll
great.
succeed, no matter what awaits us.
Thancred and Urianger. Thancred just sort of looking away and fanning his face, and Urianger like shielding himself with the cards. Fantastic.
And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
So is the only...
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies.
Is the only job quest acknowledgement here the White Mage one?
The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain!
Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service.
He's looking... He's very
lest there be
nervous.
any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
Okay, yeah, they don't have to spend voice acting budget. There's more acknowledgement, that makes sense.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Gentleman of Light? No, that's someone else. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory, or I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain too. May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory, I guess. She's saying that extremely seriously, judging by this face.
Huzzah! I cannot wait
Huzzah!
to regale Anahua with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
That's concerning.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Oh no.
Out of my way.
Oh no! Oh no! It's them!
Clown, clown, clown. Clown.
They're approaching. That's the sound of their footsteps. I don't recognize everyone there.
Forgive us for coming late.
Wait.
We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Oh, you're from... These are the Hrothgar from Bosnia, I think. Those were the ones I didn't recognize immediately. I see everyone likes Seydu.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
There's not enough fighting, says Seydu, I guess. I have to fight something.
But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked.
Magnai just shrugging in the background. I love all the little animation touches in this scene. Like, the Thancred and Urianger averting their eyes was a little bit less obvious, but like, Magnai just doing that little shrug with Seydu's talking about violence and all that. Pretty funny.
Sadu Hatun, no.
Hatun, that's how you say it.
With the Iron Men, not war.
But there's still war involved in the peace, so it's fine. At least
We've
laughing.
heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group.
Oh,
Lente's
yeah.
Tears.
Lente's Tears, right. From Evilise questline also. Everyone is here. Is really happening.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Yeah.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
I like how everyone has also brought their own, as they were called earlier, cardboard standees. That gunbreaker's the one who taught Thancred? Oh, that's cool.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
We've still got a fairly sizable contingent here.
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth.
That they're also people?
They're just people.
Yeah.
No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Hell yeah. I like Lise getting to give like a speech like this.
Unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Lise, who would be one of the first people to say that she's not great at leadership in speeches. Just getting a round of applause from everyone present. Well, not everyone, but definitely getting a round of applause. Nod.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range.
That's also true, yeah.
Fortunately, Garlemald Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
I should say, while I'm thinking about it here, that basically the only thing I know about this part of 6.0 is that I knew that we went to Garlemald in this expansion, and I know that there is a dungeon in Garlemald, and I know that at least one dungeon in Garlemald has some good winter coats that you can get from it that I don't have. That's about all I know. Also that Garlemald is like extremely like messed up and falling apart, but we knew that already. So yeah, this is fun because I don't know what's going to happen much in this section. Like, I didn't know much about what was going to happen in the last section either, or the rest of Endwalker, to be clear. But, like, I knew the first dungeon. I think I vaguely know, like, the second or third, probably from pre-release previews. But yeah, stuff I don't know about happening.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities.
That basically is literally the big ice, I'm pretty sure, from what little of Latin I remember.
The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
You're making this sound like a strategy, a real-time strategy segment is going to happen, but I don't think that's the case.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed.
C as a hard K sound is a feature of Latin. This is something I do remember. I don't know if that would apply to Cid, because like not all Garlean names are like Latin names, I guess. I'm sure, I don't remember, I did take Latin in high school, but I don't remember well enough if there were like any soft C sounds. Like a name that I think of as an example of one that has a bunch of C's in it, or like two, that has a hard K sound is Caecilius. That would be an example of a name using the K sound. Cicero is usually pronounced with the soft ones, yeah, but that's true. Now I'm just thinking about the Latin textbooks and like how my class made a meme out of one character in them, who also, there's a character in the Cambridge Latin course who just automatically generates memes like independently in any situation. Like any Latin class has memes about him, I think, probably. The only image I have on hand of this character is an image I found online of him receiving a Smash Bros. Invitation. So that gives you an idea of the power of Grumio over here. I don't get the feeling that... I believe that means Master Grumio enters the fight. Probably. Dominus is not part of his name, it's like a title in this case. His name is Grumio. In the context of the story presented by the Cambridge Latin Course, he is a servant of Caecilius. He is the cook. Grumio est cocus, as you would say. But he somehow becomes independently mimetic in like multiple instances of the Latin course being taught, to the point where someone made him enter Smash Bros on the internet, which is fantastic to me. Anyway, I wonder if it would be against TOS to do a Cambridge Latin course stream. That would be a really kind of bizarre thing to do, but it would be funny to revisit that and flail at trying to grasp the grammar of a language that's not the one that I can speak decently. But that was the one I've studied the most other than English. Anyway. Thoroughly distracted by Grumio, as
Spare
often
no
happens.
effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
He is a very powerful individual, you see. Cheering! Alright, now it's time to talk to freaking everybody. Oh boy.
Grumio, Grumio, wherefore art thou Grumio?
I don't remember how to say Grumio is in the kitchen, but that is like one of the earliest lines in the first book of the Latin course, after describing him as the cook. So I would have been able to answer that. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. Oh, I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay's improved since we last met. I forgot what that guy's name is. Sharon, I think? I think it's Sharon, Tia. So maybe I do remember it, actually. Sharon. Like, she is how the X apostrophe is pronounced, I believe. Yeah. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I'm certain of it. I almost said I'm certain of it, because I was thinking about the X apostrophe. So Lucia's in command. Regardless of her background, she's a temple knight through and through. I dare say her Garlean roots are all the more reason for her to lead the mission. Hey, Sanson. When I heard that the God's Quiver was sending a bard to join the contingent, I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate my strategies involving the use of song on the battlefield. As expected, it was none other than Guidolo. Honestly, I hope he doesn't cause any problems, though I'm not about to hold my breath. Well, would you look at that? Sucro's swooping in to pluck our former villains from the jaws of death. You and yours certainly are a heroic bunch, aren't you? Sanson, on the other hand, who does he think he is, preaching to me as he does? Honestly, last thing I need is him talking my bloody ear off. Glad to see you two are still getting along. Stephanivian. Well met, Sucro, well met. It would seem that my machinists have been called upon to serve. A turn of events which, according to my prospectometer could prove to be quite the opportunity. I shall show the world the full extent of machinistry's worth. Of that and more you can be sure of, my friend. Can't talk to... Oh. I can't talk to this guy because I don't have Dragoon progress. I think, maybe? Like, what level is my... I have 33, so I, like, barely know that guy. Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Sirna and Sedu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. It's odd if he's like one of the few not talkable people. I'm glad to see you well, Sucro. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteer to join this band at Cyrina's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She's much better company on a hunt than any of the Steppe's oafish men could dream to be. Whoop. I'm trying to talk to Magnai against my better judgment. Yeah, I think I'd heard of that seeming to be the case. That pride flag there with those two. With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Dotharl having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dotharli dog, Dotharli, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. As of yet, no gay has been outright confirmed. Though it certainly could be interpreted as that. Oh, the Gunbreaker was talkable? Like... Wait, what is this Gunbreaker a part of? Because I've done the whole Gunbreaker line, and I've, like, poked my face into Bosio a little bit. I've done the Gunbreaker line. Oh wait, I haven't done Gunbreaker 80 like after Shadowbringers. Maybe he's there? Because I don't remember seeing him at all either. Yeah, I didn't do the last the capstone or whatever. In case you were wondering, Eschiva will be staying behind to defend the 12swood with my sisters. She was of the opinion that she would make a useful addition to our contingent and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am of course obligated to share with her every detail when I return. So a lot of this stuff I didn't do on camera, so like not all of this will make sense if you're only following the streams. Also, nobody is a cardboard cutout anymore. I can't talk to the... I can't talk to... Oh, I can talk to Kokobuki. Okay. Greetings, Sucro. The time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know of our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hell's or high water. That's a thing that he says a lot. that the Nimian Marines say a lot, generally. I cast my lot with the Populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, but that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I, too, would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. I'm so glad I found you. I threw you a letter from Master Hammond. Let's read it together, shall we? Let's see here. I have every confidence that your fist shall bring the Telophoroi to their knees. And should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing to them my praises? Charming, Master. Well, more fool me for thinking that the letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just, forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. Yep, that's Master Hammond, all right. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim Steppe with Cyrano and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back such memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, eh? We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Telophoroi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers, Busi. We will return soon enough. Often has father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, her grace has elected to bolster the Ilsabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Who are you, again? I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this'll be over and done before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axemaster a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kajata and avenged that boy's parents. I remember it like it were yesterday. Okay. You're a Marauders Guild representative that I don't specifically remember. Is that everybody? Everybody I can speak to at the moment, at least? Oh, I didn't actually. We've been part of joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there's already a palpable sense of camaraderie. Did I speak to you two? I have close ties with the Scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances, who in time shall we come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. I think it's fascinating that there are so many different characters that you could have met that, like, I guess if you've met all of them and they all recognize you, this implies that you running around doing like a million different job quest lines and whatnot is canon now? Like, which implies that you had to have found the time to do all of that at some point, which makes the time bubble even more of a mess. I think that's everybody. Besides the delegates assembled here, the The Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. Or was there discussion about... Yeah, black mages are possibly a little bit behind in terms of damage and stuff. I don't know the meta right now, really. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Oh, geez. Yes? These enchanted talismans, or should that be talismen, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the great work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. Hey, that's important. Oh yeah, Red Mage is one of the jobs that's having the most trouble right now. So these are the famed warding scales, enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atawa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelveswood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Arun, you specifically, were against traveling outside of the Twelveswood for a lot of the White Mage story, but you did have character development. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. Hey, you got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send Einzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfier told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. Here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of salt and snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships is a good line. Got a set of warning scales I spy, not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these! Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Ah. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We're to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I've done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet, while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid we keep the enemy at bay.
Hey, reciting haikus is my job. Hien Plaza.
Plaza? Also, that was not a haiku at all. The syllables are not correct. There's 8 syllables on the first line. There's actually 8 syllables at every line, which I think is a different kind of poetry. 8-syllable lines, I think that is actually, like, significant and probably would be relevant to the cultures represented by Doma, maybe? I forget. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. Also, that's a good point. Towers in Doma may be working differently because the kami are a bit different. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Do you have a warding scale for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You've been told by many to wear the cold of Vilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemists Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan Corner. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Nod. This is quite a lengthy scene, by the way. In case you weren't aware of that, I guess. There's a lot of interesting possibilities about all of this. Since my revival, I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. Think we have time for a quick trip back to Old Charlian? I recall a rather fetching coat. Preparations? I've got my armor and my lance. What more could I need? I guess I could use some dried squid, probably, thinks Istinian. It's something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. My present garb may be lacking, for a collar notwithstanding. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's the coldest clothing around here. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in the Ul'dan markets, but they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. It is said, however, that in recent days the Alchemist Guild hath produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of their Thavnarian counterparts did spur them to action, that they not be put to shame. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. If you've anything you still need to take care of, you'd better see to it now. Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright. Yeah, of course. Oh no, not Moon Moon. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. I am overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. What? Hark, is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Oh wait, that's Tataru, probably. Shenanigans music. Good news about your style, yeah. But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Ta-da! It's Tataru. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. Smile. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Tataru has Weaver 100. Somehow. Tataru breaks the level cap routinely. But I did have one other thing to share. Eragmus and Bloomweeda finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. Who? They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. The rarity of the scions? Yeah, extremely. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Oh, why not? You can keep Kryl company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Eragmus and Bloomweeda did a fine job of carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With him in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, I'm confident you won't go collapsing again because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you other than pray for your safe return. Which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Determined. Tataru is definitely one of the MVPs of the Scions. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Oh. Hey, that's a... Hey, that's a, That's the same general model as a certain other coat that you can have. Sucro, get warm coat. It's true. I feel like her current outfit is probably like sort of warm, maybe. Tataru, now I feel compelled to go construct a glamour with this. You don't know what you've done. Maybe you know exactly what you've done, actually. I think Tataru knows exactly what she's done. Farewell, Tataru. Temporarily. No, you're all missing the point. I've been prompted to construct a fashion, and so I must. It is required. Mandatory. Unavoidable. Is this part of why it was stated before that I might make multiple outfits for Endwalker? Like it was suggested by, I think, more than one person, probably. Does this go in the armoire by any chance? Nope. A really cursed outfit. I would never make a cursed outfit. Probably. Maybe. Okay. Oh yeah, Lo-Fi Sucrose here. I don't need to preserve this one, I don't think. So let's see. Where's the North Sea coat at? There it is. Sucro is going to become warm now. The Rebel boots are maybe like the best boots that I have, just always. Silent Traveler gloves, but you can only see part of them is interesting. The Magitech outfit that is lo-fi has these really weird gloves. Those exist. I need to have more all-purpose gloves around, probably. These probably work well enough, honestly. Let's see. Go-to option for pants right here. Hat. Probably not the hat. I don't think there's any option to keep Sucro's ears warm, really. She could wear this hat. Is that helping? Is that helpful in any way? Probably not. How does this dye? That makes sense. I don't think I have any dyes on me right now, but that's fine. The sword and shield no longer match. The problem with various hats is that I don't like Sucro's ears being covered that much. Generally speaking. If I wanted this to match the shield, I could probably retrieve some Abyssal Blue. But honestly, I think I like it better undyed. Clearly, it's cowboy time. Yeehaw. Maybe not. Or Santa time? Why do I have this in here? Oh, right, because I needed it for a fashion report thing once, probably. There's always these. These are basically, these are like earmuffs. Arguably. But also they look pretty uncomfortable, truthfully. Definitely not that. Clearly this is the correct answer. No, just kidding. I'm really annoyed with the amount of hats that just... the amount of clothing that just cuts off ears and tails these days. God. This is a cool helmet. Sucro with these goggles on is kind of funny. Ah, yes, the warming temple chain that makes My ear's warmer. This is really like the only hat that almost kind of works for this purpose. But also the red band here cannot match anything else on this outfit. The other problem with this whole thing is that clearly this is an ear-warming situation. No, the other problem with all this is that I would be compelled to make the sword and shield match the outfit, but I don't know if that would make any sense in this scenario. Funny idea, Sucro wears glasses when she goes to cold places. Because she wore them when she went to Ishgard that one time. There's no reason for it. It makes no sense. It just kind of happens that way. Yeah, she's in disguise again. It's perfect. Can I make the sword and shield match this outfit better in some meaningful way? Based on just what I have lying around? You know? Crypt Lurker is pretty close. Kinda. Do we still generally feel that, like, having a shield is cooler than not having a shield? Or are we divided on this opinion? Oh yeah, this buckler. I paired this buckler with this sword at some point. The buckler is weirdly off-centered over here. Sword pairs decently with the Odin shield too. They still work because it's all darker colors. It's just there's no other blue. Well, I guess it does work. I could add blue. The coat is not... The coat is like a dark gray, I think. I don't think I have Abyssal on hand. I have a few different shades of blue. As soon as you repeat something, it becomes intentional? Hmm. Hmm. I feel like this works better undyed. I could do something a little bit different. I could dye the sword and shield to match, but have the same sword and shield. Took me a weird amount of time to think about that. Simple solution. Dang it. Yeah, there we go. Just dye the sword and shield soot black. Which also demonstrates pretty clearly, I think, that this is a dark gray or... Okay, so soot black is slightly lighter than the coat is normally, but yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Behold. Snow crow. Yeah. I don't construct outfits on the fly on screen very often. So that was kind of fun. Maybe, hopefully. It's also funny because we get in like as soon as there's a dungeon in Garlemald, there's like another winter coat you can get. A frosty reception. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. All right, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? I get the feeling that an event may occur shortly. Also, I just realized that we've been going for 5 hours, but yeah, it's probably fine. Endwalker fun. I want to play more of it. How do you all feel about a third round of gambling while I BRB for a second? Well... I'm really glad how much people appear to be enjoying this or that. Is there some sort of application that has the capability of doing a coin flip with a very, very small chance of landing on the edge? Because if there is, it would be very funny to implement that as an option. If there were a version of this or that that was like 49% chance for this or that, and then like a 2% chance for the other one, I wonder how many people would vote for the other one every single time, despite the terrible odds. Anyway. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. This is the first several cutscenes warning of Endwalker, isn't it? In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. I don't know what this voice that I'm doing is. Your progress will be saved at certain points. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. All right, here we go.
I am existed to meet feral cutscenes.
I am existed too.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range.
There's also a lot of clouds and a whale in the way.
Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Anti-air, probably, is why.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We get to see everyone in their winter gear. Alize is still very cold. And so is Amanalaine. And Graha is wearing the rebel coat, because Graha is such a rebel. So rebellious.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Wait, Urianger's cold weather coat's his Warrior of Darkness disguise? I didn't even notice that. And yeah, it is troubling that good old Hades is narrating.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily
For
armed
sure.
Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Oh yeah, that is his Warrior of Darkness disguise.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number.
Huh.
However, they are also joined
Is
by
that a
several
gun
members
lance?
of the 1st.
Do you have like a gun halberd?
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
I guess they're probably tempered then. Would be my first
Then
guess.
It is all but certain they have been tempered.
Yep. Hey, Alphino, those gloves are actually really good. What gloves are those? I like the pattern on the gloves there, and like the way they're lined. Nod.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
I'm a healer, but yeah, exactly.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position.
That's another pronunciation today that I'm not used to for a word. Oi.
Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
So, Thancred infiltrated a depot and found some Magitech and blow stuff up. Got it. Also, I was thinking earlier, with the several cutscenes playing in sequence, I'm imagining it saying several cutscenes will play in sequence and then just like an episode of Kimono Friends starts abruptly. And everyone is very confused by this.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
Right.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most.
I guess servals are a pretty twisty cat. That's true from what I remember.
I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Nod. There is a part of me that is just wondering, what if there were better boots for this outfit? What if the Scion Traveler's boots worked here since I have the gloves? But they do have like 1 billion belts on them, which is ridiculous. Meanwhile, a preview of the Imperial winter coat. That will be available at a later time.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Great.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely.
I believe the coat that Thancred is wearing is from Bosnia. It was a coat that I was interested in obtaining. However, I was not that enthused by Bosnia. It was a little bit better than Eureka. in terms of gameplay.
Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
Okay, so make Magitech explode. Deactivate automated Magitech, or other stuff.
The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Group nod.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
That's what Thancred does. Also, hey, look, there's a cool headband that Viera can wear.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Nod. Glowing orange buckle? What? That could never be a problem. I guess there will be a Thancred segment here. Indeed, there will be. Who has the glowing orange buckle, actually? I didn't notice. Well, so Thancred, do you have any bewilderment bomb? The anti-dog bomb. One of the Hrothgar? Okay. Silent takedown. Okay, so he's like multi-classing right now. That's funny. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you're ready. Finer details. Oh geez, what? You will fight as Thancred. You have two objectives. Place explosives on the Imperial Magitech, deactivate the frontline Magitech via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become more aware of the threat you pose, as indicated by the threat awareness gauge. Gauge will fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. If it's completely filled, you will die forever, and the game will uninstall, and you'll receive a sternly worded email. Use swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. The concept of a stealth segment always makes me concerned. Learn about mission exclusive actions. Success in this mission hinges on the following points. Make Thancred go invisible. Okay, fair enough. Think carefully to determine whether you are looking at a dog or a person. Or a robot.
Keep your wits about you.
You got it, I guess.
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Oh, there's like unique music for this. 2 on the gate could get messy if I'm not careful. Wait. Oh. It's temporary, but they didn't notice. Boop. Okay. So... I'm gonna go do this one, actually. So they have a pretty limited vision cone, as it were. Which I don't know if I'm in, but there's only one way to find out things like this.
7 hells.
It could be that some of this detection is a little bit unavoidable. So wait, does this work on, oh. Okay, that neutralizes soldiers. There's no anti-robot mechanism, really.
Damn, spotted.
That wasn't the button I meant to press. I just pressed it instinctively. I get the feeling I might fail this, potentially, which automatically makes me very concerned. What else am I doing again? Dog confusion, go. I don't know what the detection range on like anything is that well. Find a place to hide, then relay your progress.
This is Thancred. The
There it
explosives
is.
Are in place.
It's Thancred.
Very good.
Air horn noises, air horn noises, air horn noises. This is Thancred. We finally reached this is Thancred. Air horn noises.
I agree.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
I didn't parse exactly what's happening. This is Thancred. All explosives are in place. Very good. All is proceeding. Head to the control terminal. Should be the northwest. Got it. That's basically an air horn noise. What, are you supposed to like have to be caught because the robots are like invincible otherwise? Is that all that you, is that just how it works? Or I guess I could like wait for this robot. I guess I have infinite time. It feels like you're supposed to move hastily when you're not really. There might also be, oh wait, yeah. There's no reason to stealth there. Where am I meant to go exactly again? Generally northwest. I think I see the sparkle, yeah. I feel like the situation as it is designed conveys a sense of urgency that does not necessarily go with the stealth gameplay. Or something like that, anyway. Thancred is very good at standing still and looking at a wall. It's one of his favorite things. Oh, that provokes the robot. Okay, that's fair. I'm just going obnoxiously slow. Basically. Oh, there's robot there. Now we have to wait for the Magitech slasher. I think that might be enough waiting, actually. That's it, the control terminal. Thancred, use your telekinesis. I did it. Now the question is, how do we get out of here? Not this way, I guess. Greetings. That was entirely unnecessary. Wait, was I actually intended to go forward? I got the impression I was intended to go backwards through everything. But whatever. At this point, since the robots are all deactivated, nothing really matters that much. Oh yeah, I can just go over here. Thancred, over here. I'm good at missing obvious things.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
I think... Oh, there's the glowing orange buckle. I think that a lot of parts of this game are... like, they're getting better at communicating stuff, maybe? Oh, you mean like in the writing? I'm not entirely sure then. Yeah, it's not as flashy as Flare or whatever. A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsabard contingent supply caravan. That's actually a great point. I feel like I might have seen
The blizzard's beginning to clear.
a specific scene that is in this set of
The Vanguard should be
cutscenes.
engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already.
For a very specific
Stola and the
reason.
others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right. But
That I would like to elaborate on once possible.
Wait! Something's coming!
Dog squad. And also some
Oi, oi.
robots.
Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Nod. There are specific scenes around this part of the game that I've seen specifically because I was looking up a video of all of the draw and sheath weapon animations, and I believe they used a scene. In the coming battle, you will fight a Sucrafunk. I believe they used scenes from this part to demonstrate that. But that's a very specific part of Endwalker to have seen, I guess. I don't know why it's targeting allies when it says it's targeting enemies.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
No, for the healer role quest, what I did was change the actual targeting setting, which is set to enemies currently. Oh, you can't see that because it's a... Wait, no, you can see that.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Wow. I mean, he's not technically wrong because I'm here. I guess. Or rather, Sucro's here.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in. Go on ahead.
Positional audio allows me to run away from a monolane and make him quieter, which is funny.
How we put our backs into it then? I've been itching for a good scrap.
I don't know if we've seen Sicard's title before. I mean, you probably have, seeing as you have played this, but yeah. Big bastard's going straight for the carriages. Stop it in its tracks. Whomst. Oh. Quick, broadside it. Last word just makes me think of Toho immediately. As like a phrase. Yeah, I can't target allies now because I actually set it to enemies.
We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that?
What are we carrying in these carriages again?
Get to the
Just-
front
just-
and turn the tide.
Just general supplies, probably. That's a good spell card name. Meanwhile, on the front line. Oh, what's this song? This is a pretty, like, Final Fantasy Tactics sounding kind of song to me. Estinian, that's not non-lethal.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
Yeah, exactly. Y'shtola and Urianger actually using their sleep spells is fun.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Oh, hey. It's that person we heard about a little bit.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Are we gonna play as Lise?
There's no end to them.
We're gonna play as someone, maybe. Oh, no, Sucro's here. It's me.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Nod.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Sucro knows that the real way to do non-lethal combat is to just make sure that you specify to the game master that you're doing non-lethal damage. It doesn't matter what you're doing as long as you say, I'm gonna do it non-lethally. Well, unless that's not how the mechanics actually work in tabletop video game. And that's just how I've seen it work. The supply caravan is safe for the time being, and Thancred's team have thrown the enemy into disarray. Oh, the stated rules say that spells can't do it? Interesting. Now it's our turn. While that may be true, I will say that the rules include stuff like antimatter rifles as just weapons, or whatever the heck the futuristic guns in some rules are. So you could like non-lethally shoot someone with an antimatter particle beam. Oh, do they? Wait. Magnai was saying, could you be my to somebody? I don't know exactly who. Oh. You have a an AoE shape or series of AoE shapes that I have not seen before. I don't remember if we've seen Serena's title before either. Maybe we haven't, it's just been a while. Pippin has a great sword, so it might be Pippin that's using Dark Knight abilities. This seems like a reason to... Perhaps I have misinterpreted the situation somewhat. Keep the war machines at bay! It's fair to blame Magni for basically anything, I think. That seems like something Pippin could probably do. Though I did think Pippin was just someone with a greatsword who wasn't actually a Dark Knight. Haha, more fodder for my flames, says Satan. I will not fall so easily. These curs will taste my wrath. Oh. Hey, look, I'm being targeted by a tank buster. People are saying a lot of things in this scene. Hey, Magni and Seidu are like doing a double tech, basically. They're working together, despite how much they hate each other all the time. Seidu, please calm down slightly. Also, yeah, oh yeah, they all have the funny birds. It's fine. It's fine. They all have funny birds. They have the funny comedy birds of not dead. Somehow Seidu's meteor just knocked everybody out. It's fine.
A worthy adversary.
And Seidu gets the victory theme even.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
No, Magni.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
Seems fine, last I saw of it.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
I think it's funny that this scene implies that Serena just regularly sort of like
so cold
lectures Seidu on not killing everybody, just like it's a little funny thing that keeps happening and not serious. Anyway. Solus says Garlemald cold.
800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here.
I can't better articulate what I was trying to say. Well,
bested by the
this is also happening.
After centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Oh, they do have Aetheryte? Okay.
The chosen, forsaken. In the year
a rare shot of the moon.
the 6th astral era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech revolution.
That was me. I did that. I'm the coolest. God.
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum?
Ascian.
Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
Ascian.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone.
No, I'm here.
Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Wow, that's a very cool looking shot of this. Very cool, like, lead into you're actually in Garlemald finally. Just the big tower is like a silhouette behind everything.
Not so much as a whisper.
It also works
the roads
as a
leading
metaphor.
Beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
Haroon getting a lot more screen time than I
This
ever
will be
expected.
our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
Various
If we're
nodding.
planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Are we actually calling it Camp Broken Glass? Fascinating. We are. It's on the map there. So, Is this a good stopping point, do you think? Makes sense to me. So, this has been Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We've made it to Garlemald. That'll be interesting next time. Thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in various links, they are available at the usual borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co. Donations and social media stuff is there. And you can also consider following or subscribing here if you would like. Content warnings for next time? Alright. Possibly best if they are brought up, like, when relevant next time, rather than in advance, so I don't forget. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. And, yeah. Have a good rest of your day or night. Good rest of your week. I appreciate the content warnings, for the record, so thank you. And, have a good night, everyone, I suppose. Good night.